not just in harm's way, but are critical. And our thoughts go out to them. Tom, we should be talking sponsors as well. This show doesn't happen without people supporting the event. It says here, EDP. I understand you may know something about that.
Certainly do. Your trusty Eastern Daily Press, proud to be a sponsor of the show for as many years as I can remember. And once again,
You've got all of your food village and your ice creams. You've got the museum. We've got to talk about the museum. And of course it's museum. I'm here at the 453rd Bomb Group. And the whole of Old Buckenham terrific history. And we have two museums. Halfway on this and half behind the VIP area, a little bit further up. The second museum. I'll get 2 bites of the cherry. oodles. Sorry to use a technical expression there, but it really does. And as the cloud base goes up, that helps us out no end. So we are filled with optimism. That said, wanted in my path.
Couldn't hear Andrew. It's your headset. Yeah, you need to wiggle. How long, please? Find the right position. Do your best. You're happy I'm in focus on camera 3? How long, please? Thank you. Tiger 9, B-17. Seconds and I'm live. Hello and welcome to Old Buckenham. A glorious day. The sun's out, the wind's dropping gradually, and what wind is there is roughly down the runway, I think. Welcome. We're going to be live throughout the weekend. Today, flying starting at 1 o'clock, so a bit of time to go yet, but welcome. Grab a drink, sit down, relax. Join the chat on YouTube and yeah, have a chat with like-minded aviation enthusiasts. My name's Ian Campbell. I run Planes TV. If you're new around here, we like live broadcasting air shows. Been doing air show video programs for a good 30 plus years. I keep saying 30 years, it's more like 33, 32 now. It's a business my father started in the late 80s. Never been to Old Buckenham before. This is a first time visit for us. I'm sort of on my way to my holiday in August in North Norfolk. It seemed like a good stop off to make a fabulous show that I've always wanted to come and cover. Often we're quite busy in August with edit work. Not too many large shows providing edit work for us this year, so taking the opportunity that's presented with to visit some smaller shows, including Old Buckenham, and a wonderful show it's going to be too. As I say, starting at 1 o'clock with the Tiger 9, taking us right through to the afternoon, 5 p.m. plus. I think Typhoon on round about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and lots of exciting acts in between. I hope you enjoy the show. Looking like a good day for it. What I like to do at the start of these broadcasts generally is just play a bit of our archive material, and on the drive up here from deepest darkest Devon, like a 300-mile run for us yesterday morning, we passed Lake Neath and Mildenhall, and that was a nice reminder of Mildenhall shows past. If you're my age and maybe a little bit older, you'll remember those fantastic events in well, 80s, 90s, and as I say, my dad's been doing airshow work for all of that period, and he produced a wonderful programme called The Best of Mildenhall, based on footage he recorded at the Mildenhall show in the late 80s through to, I think, nearly 2000, must have been late 90s. And I thought we'd start the show today with a bit of a reminder about air fates past that I'm hoping people in this neck of the woods might remember fondly. So this is the introduction to our Best of Mildenhall programme.
Fat burgers and hot dogs, best on days. Ice cold water.
Thank you.
Here, right here.
Can't hear us still,
Don't
Adam?
need to go any further. Best burgers on taste, right here. Fat burgers and beer.
Aviation Action has been enjoying the flavour and recording the action at Mildenhall's Air Fate with professional standard cameras since 1989. But the event is 21 years old now, and there must be a wealth of early video and film material to be discovered. The case in point is the Lockheed SR-71, which made several dramatic appearances in the 80s. It last flew in 1988, but as the undoubted star of that era, we had to include it here, despite the amateur quality. The type was retired after 1989, but a handful have been reactivated, so there's just a chance we could see this awesome spy plane at Air Fate again. The The Air Fete is held every year on the Saturday and Sunday of the spring bank holiday. RAF Mildenhall is the headquarters of the US 3rd Air Force, and the event always features strong US participation. It's a truly international event, and 13 air forces contribute to the action in this video, but US types dominate, in particular the heavies, for which Mildenhall is so famous. We keep the narration short so that you can enjoy the location sound, much of which is in hi-fi stereo. Here's a taste of the action coming up.
I always say it, and if you're used to watching these streams, you'll be bored of me saying it, but my most fond memories of Mildenhall is those burgers that little video started out with. But no doubt the flying was entertaining too. I'm a bit too young to remember much of it, but hopefully that video providing a bit of a reminder to people who maybe went to the show of the fabulous flying that we did see. Welcome everyone in the chat. It's lovely to see Chris. Thank you so much for hanging around and potentially moderating chat, but we know that people are generally a well-behaved bunch, especially our YouTube subscribers, which the chat is limited to. A wonderful welcome to Hazel as well, joining as a YouTube member. That's a way of supporting the channel and encouraging me to do more of these live shows. You can now become a member on the YouTube channel for a nominal fee. A little bit of that coming our way just to encourage me to do a bit more of this. So if you do enjoy the broadcast today and want to support, do subscribe to the channel, of course, on YouTube, but also channel membership is an option if you'd like to throw some money our way. The other option of supporting, I won't dwell on it too much, but the programme we've just watched the introduction to, Best of Mildenhall, is available in its entirety on our watch.planestv.com service. Does that sound right? Watch.planestv.com. Bit of a mouthful, but if you head to planestv.com, you'll find your way to the on-demand service. As I said, that was where we streamed last weekend. So we streamed the Duxford Airshow. Duxford Summer Airshow was available only to our PTV On Demand supporters, and I must give a big warm thank you to all of you who've subscribed over the last 12 months to 18 months, which is a bit of an odd time to subscribe to an airshow focused channel or service when we haven't had too many air shows, but I'm hoping that it's because you've been enjoying the work that we've been doing on these live shows and encouraging us to do more. And I am gradually digging out all the old tapes. Not all of our 30-year archive is available on there yet. It's been a bit of a job to gradually process that in the best possible quality. It's work that's still ongoing, and my father's just moved out of his old house of 37 years, and I've now got all his tapes, and they are floor to ceiling in my office. So there's lots of stuff that we can maybe share over the winter. That's a project I'm looking forward to. But for the time being, it's live aviation action, which is my focus. And what's people sending me? Loving the hi-fi stereo, says Tom. I'm very glad to hear that that's coming across nicely, Tom. Tom, was camera operator who helped us with the virtual Air 2. I shouldn't say helpers, provided all the lighting, all the cameras, and all the wonderful camera work at the virtual Air 2 just a few weeks ago. Thanks for tuning in, Tom. Lovely to have you aboard. And the hi-fi stereo, of course stereo, nothing but the best. But do shout if the mics start clipping at any point. It's going to be a good show. Probably not too much mic clipping, maybe for the Harvard when it starts up. It's about 6 meters away behind me. We'll be hanging on to cameras for that. And Typhoon in the early afternoon, of course. He'll be blasting out the mics, so hopefully it won't cause us too many issues, but nothing we're not very well used to. What's my other clip then? So yeah, Old Buckenham, not a site I've visited before. A part of the world I know quite well, and this show's been on my radar for ages, and I am really excited to be here. It's a glorious site as well, a lovely sellout crowd here to enjoy the show. And Old Buckenham, a site I sort of put together during World War II. This part of the country, an airfield every 5 miles. It was pretty incredible during that period. And based here during the war, B-24s. And that got me racking my brains about where we've recorded a B-24 in the past. So we did have one visit Cosford in the early 90s, but I'm going to take us back now to 1997. when the old man headed over to the US for the 50th anniversary of the United States Air Force. This was a show at Nellis in Nevada, USAF Gold, and this little section is aircraft from the Collins Foundation, featuring B-17, well, B-24 of course, B-17 as well, and a couple of others. I think a nice way to, I thought it might be nice to get a B-24 into a Old Buckenham live broadcast. So let's wind the clock back to 1997 for USAF Gold.
My name's Kevin Goodman. I'm with the Collins Foundation based out of Stowe, Massachusetts. It's a non-profit organization dedicated to the restoration and preservation of historic military aircraft. What we have behind us today is a B-17G model. Along with it, we also have a B-24J. You can actually take a flight on one. You can donate a minimum of $300 to get a flight on either of the two planes.
The might of American air power was graphically demonstrated at Nellis with this review of bombers, leading from the World War II era up to the stealth technology of the 1990s.
Horsepower Pratt and Whitney, dependable engine. The A-26 Invader.
A single consolidated B-24 Liberator simulated the devastating attack on the Ploesti oil refinery in German-occupied Romania. Displayed by aircrews flying B-17 Flying Fortresses on daylight attacks on Germany has now become the stuff of legend.
Some wonderful memories from 1997 there for the Nellis show. I'm joined by Ken and Tom, who you'll be glad to hear are commentating through the day. I'll be on camera, and these guys are going to take us through what's looking like a really nice lineup, Ken.
18 acts. We start at 1 o'clock and we go beyond 5, and they are so varied, so different, so spine-chilling. It's really very, very good. It is an honour and a pleasure to commentate at a show of this calibre.
Wonderful. And Tom, any displays you're looking forward to in particular?
You know, Ken says 18 acts. It's very, very hard to choose. I think the fact that Matt and the team here, they put together, you know, they pick and mix just the most exhilarating, the most graceful, the most innovative acts. It's very, very hard to pick. I'd probably go with the B-17, with the Flying Fortress. I think the grace and the elegance and the backstory, and Ellie Smedley, who has operated that so beautifully for 4+ decades, would be my choice. But just to have an event is great.
Isn't it wonderful just to be out in the sunshine at an air show? And any displays you're looking forward to, Ken?
Well, again, I go with Tom. There's so many, it's almost unfair, but I'll move forward in time to something we've never had before. 29 Squadron, Royal Air Force Coningsby, the Eurofighter Typhoon, Mach 2, 4th generation fighter, more noise than you can shake a stick at. It's going to be exceptional.
And a testament to the efforts of Matt and the team to bring a current RAF asset to the show.
Yeah, exactly so. And we have to say that Sainty, the pilot, has already done his homework on this, but moving a high-speed jet like that around a relatively small display space like this is challenging, but he's more than up to it.
Wonderful. Well, thank you both for joining us. Nice to put faces to the voices that we'll be hearing through the show.
Pleasure, pleasure.
Cheers. Right. Well, on that note, sending the guys off to grab their microphones and do their job, I'm going to do the same. My job's behind a camera on top of our trailer, and if you look closely, we've got a nice new barrier up there, very healthy and very safe up there these days. The Tiger 9 team just taxiing out behind me. They're our first act, starting at 1300, and enjoy the show, everybody. I'll hop on now and then. Oh, I did want to say, John Seymour, nice to see you in the chat over on YouTube. Can't do East Kirkby, I'm on my holidays, but would be a lovely show to get to at some point. Right, I'll leave you with the sights and the sounds of Old Buckenham as we gear up for the airshow.
In the 101st anniversary year of Geoffrey de Havilland founding his own company. We were hoping last year to go big on the 100th, but we think there's a certain cachet about the 101st, and these are going to open the show in fine style. Tiger Moth, superb. It's in the 30s. The 30s, it almost became a generic name for a classy biplane, whether it was a de Havilland or not. As Tom says, we're now at 10 minutes and counting, ladies and gentlemen. If we could very quickly again apologise to you all about the journey time getting in. It's beyond our scope. There has been a serious, and I mean serious, accident out there. The police are doing what they can. We understand if you're frustrated, we understand if you feel delayed. But safety out there is paramount, and there were some cars that needed the safety organisation's attention, and we know you will understand this. Tom, I understand, being a brave man, is going to go and find some of the audience in the moments before we start this show, and let's see what he finds.
Well, I'm going to go and talk to the hardened fans, the people that get themselves here really early to get the best seats in the house. The downside, of course, is that you have to come and talk to me. Sorry about that. Oh, look at that, doing the limbo. We've got about 5 minutes to go before things start today, so who am I going to pick on? I'm going to pick on you because you were smiling at me and laughing. What's your name?
My name is Ralph.
Ralph, where have you come from?
All the way from Swartham.
You've come from Swartham, have you? Is this your oh, I got a round of applause. Have you? There's someone here from Swartham. Anything in particular that you're looking forward to today?
Very much the Typhoon and Sally B.
Well, Sally B have not got long to wait, and the Typhoon, do you know what, I wonder how many people have come here for the Typhoon today. You are not going to be disappointed. Have you got a car alarm?
No, I'm in a motorhome.
That's a very good answer, because if you have a car alarm, it's going to get a little test when the Typhoon does its thing a little bit later on. So a motorhome is absolutely the thing to be in. Ralph, thank you. Let's wander along the crowd here. All these people go, please don't talk to me. Come on, I'm going to have a chat with you. You smiled at me. What's your name?
Okay, hello.
Hello, what's your name?
Margaret.
Margaret, where have you come from today?
Kings Lynn.
You've come from the west of the county. It's lovely to see you here. You got your little picnic? What you got in your Tesco bag? That's what, I wasn't going to eat it. She's like, oh, apples, very nice. There's a little doggy as well. What's your dog's name?
Dixie.
Dixie. Hello, Dixie. He's wagging his tail. That's the loveliest little pooch. Hello. So you got your picnic here. Oh, Dixie's barking at me. You got your picnic here. You're all geared up for an afternoon.
Yes, we're all geared up, waiting for the Typhoon.
Everybody's here for the Typhoon, especially Dixie, who's barking away now. Sorry, I've just made your dog go crazy. I'm walking away whilst the going's good. And oh, look at these lovely people here. Hello, sir. What's your name?
Wonderful, thank you.
Fantastic. And what's your name, sir?
John David Ward.
John, it is lovely to see you here, looking absolutely very, very dapper as you chew on. What is that? A cheese sandwich?
Yes, cheese and pickle.
Cheese and pickle. That is the way to go at an air show. Where have you come from, John?
Here and there, but from Attleborough just at this moment.
Fantastic. So just down the road from Attleborough. Have a wonderful display. It's great to talk to you guys. And actually, it does make me think, because John, with his sandwich there, we did say we would set a competition to find the people that had the strangest combinations of food in their picnics. So come and grab me if you've got something that should be contended. There will be a prize. Look at these people putting their hands up over here. It's like I'm the teacher at school. What's your name?
Levi. Lucas.
Where have you come from?
I've come from Bedford. Now I live in Norwich.
Are you a Norwich City fan?
Yes.
Why are you wearing blue then? And are you looking forward to anything in particular?
Yeah.
Tell me what it is.
A big plane.
Do you want to hear something that's really, 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 really loud?
Yeah.
I think I might have something up my sleeve for you later on. Nice to see you, lads. We've got a great audience here today, Ken. We really have.
Tom, in my ear I can hear the Tigers checking in on the radio, and we're about to start. What a lovely audience we have. Nine Tiger Moths. Exceptional atmosphere. And the man to deliver that is not me, it's Tim Emeris. Tim, welcome aboard. And we are ever, ever so pleased to have the Tiger 9 here. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ken. And it is our great pleasure to be here for you today at this splendid air show. You must realize that there are only 2 9-aircraft formation display teams in the country. One is the Red Arrows, and the other is the Tiger 9. But the Red Arrows, at the moment, are down to 8 aircraft. So currently, we are the only 9-aircraft formation display team in the country. And Old Buckenham doesn't want to give you second best, so you're getting us today as your formation display team. As Ken mentioned earlier, in the 1930s, de Havilland was the most popular light aircraft in the whole world. And literally, if you went to your local flying club and wanted to fly, learn to fly, or wanted to go touring in an aircraft, whereas today you jump into a Piper or a Cessna, back in the 30s, it would inevitably have been a de Havilland. And so, when the Royal Air Force wished to find a new trainer, they put out a requirement for this, and de Havilland won with this, the DH-82A Tiger Moth. This was first built in 1931 and carried on until 1945. And you'll be amazed that 8,600 of these old aircraft were built, of which 1,000 are still in existence worldwide, of which between 600 and 650 are still in airworthy condition. Here's the team taking off, 3-second delays in stream takeoff. And you notice the last aircraft is in camouflage. Indeed, all of these aircraft would have been military trainers and would have been with training yellow all over in the 30s. And come wartime, the upper surfaces were painted in camouflage, but keeping the yellow underside. And the last aircraft to take off is a wonderful example of exactly that colour scheme. The eagle-eyed amongst you will have seen that the third but last aircraft to take off, in a sort of rhubarb and custard colour scheme, has got straight wings, whereas all the others have got swept wings. That is because it's not a Tiger Moth. It's a DH-60G Moth Major, a very rare aircraft, and was the very last of the DH-60 Moth series from which the Tiger Moth was derived, the DH-60 being a civilian aircraft for training and touring. And this Moth Major, which was built in 1934, is one of only 140 that were ever built, of which only 6 are in existence, well, in flying condition worldwide, of which only 3 are in flying condition in the UK. So if you're a keen plane spotter, that's a very special aircraft to spot. So coming from right to left, they are in Vic formation. That's the leader in the front, and the wingmen diagonally behind him, left and right. 3 Vics. And this was an attack formation developed in the 1930s to go and attack undefended bombers. So you could concentrate 24 machine guns for those fighters that had 8 each onto your undefended bomber. And this is the formation initially used in the early stages of the Battle of Britain. Leading the first Vic is Jeff Milsom, the leader of the Tiger Line, a former RAF Phantom pilot and recently retired British Airways Airbus A320 captain. On his right is a civilian pilot, Mike Vasey, clearly a private pilot, but he helped found Vintech, the vintage technology company that maintains these engines to such a lovely standard. And on his left is David Sister, another former RAF fighter pilot, who flew Hunters, Lightnings, Gnats and Phantoms, and back in 1978 he flew solo, unassisted, to Australia in the very aircraft you see today. He was retracing the steps of Bert Hinkler, who in 1928 to the day went and made that very first solo flight by a light aircraft, or any aircraft, from Britain to Australia. And David is now an oyster farmer in Scotland. Now the second Vic was led by Jonathan Turnbull, a retired airline captain who these days performs pyrotechnics at twilight from a Grob 109 doing light aerobatics. On his right, Dr. Jeremy Radcliffe, a consultant anaesthetist and also a space doctor. So if you're an aspiring astronaut, he's the man who will check you over. On their left is Jonathan Elwis, a man who in 1989 flew Tiger Moth to Moscow and in 2013 reenacted the Charge of the Light Brigade. Now here's the team in box formation, worth a photograph, coming from left to right. And I should say that Charge of the Light Brigade was run in the Crimea, close to Sevastopol, on the actual ground that the real Charge of the Light Brigade took place, but it's now got buildings and vineyard in the way, so you can't do it on horseback anymore. But both Jonathan and David's sister took part in that reenactment. The final, but certainly not least, members are Nigel Lemon, who is an aeronautical engineer and runs various services for air ambulances, and he is the man flying that Moth Major. On his right is Tom Milson, son of the leader, and currently a training captain with Ryanair on the Boeing 737. And those of you who are film buffs, take note of his aircraft, which is yellow with a silver nose. And that's because this aircraft is a bit of a film star. It has been in 5 different films, most recently, The King's Speech. And the final man, Robin Russell, former RAF fighter pilot, flying Phantom F4s and Hercules, and also flew Strike Masters for the Sultan of Oman's Air Force. Now this is the de Havilland Moth Club's display team, the de Havilland Moth Club itself being the club that goes and encourages the maintenance and flying of these wonderful old machines. And the team is sponsored by Poolies, the aviation equipment suppliers. Tiger Line was formed in 2005 and follows in the footsteps of the famous Diamond 9 team that performed in the 1990s and normally performs around 12 shows per year. And coming in from right to left, they're in feathered arrow formation. You can see it's quite blustery today. They're having to go and fight away. There's very light loading on these aircraft, making it very difficult to do, but that's the challenge. That's what they want to do. Look at them being buffeted around like crisp packets in the wind. You've heard their profiles, you've seen these are men who have flown all around the world, they've flown supersonic, they've done everything. So why, you might ask, are they flying these old basic machines? And the answer is, this is real flying. This is really back to basics. And it puts all their skills and experience to the test. Because right from the start, this has been an easy aircraft to fly, but a very difficult aircraft to fly well. And today you're seeing a demonstration of it being flown very well. It's because of this ability to be easy to fly but hard to fly well that the RAF liked it so much. It became the principal trainer for British and Commonwealth pilots throughout the run-up to the Second World War, and indeed throughout the Second World War. And it helped to stream the pilots into being fighter pilots or bomber pilots. We've obviously got examples of, we've got a Spitfire, we've got a Hurricane coming later, we even have the B-17 bomber coming later. And do remember that the B-17 was first flown by the British, and so probably nearly all of the pilots who went to fly any of those aircraft will have first learnt to fly on the Tiger Moth. They'll be coming in from left to right in Vic formation, and as they come by, I'll go and let you savour the sound of that magnificent four-cylinder, air-cooled, 130 horsepower de Havilland Gypsy Major engine. Before I do that, I'll let you know that come the outbreak of war, de Havilland turned its attention to building more sophisticated aircraft such as the Mosquito, and left the production of the Tiger Moth in the UK to Morris Motors, the car manufacturer, who built no fewer than 3,400 of these. Here they come, left to right, in Big Vic formation. This is actually the hardest of their formations, because if the man on an inside near the leader goes and wobbles, the next one wobbles more, and the final one, it's like a ripple effect. And so in these blustery conditions, they're doing very well. I'm proud to say that the team won the 2019 most coveted British Air Display Association's trophy, which had previously been won by the Red Arrows. So that's really quite some accolade. Now watch the two who've broken away. This is the synchro pair. Keep your eyes on them. They will turn shortly and charge towards the crowd. They are Robin Russell in the camouflaged aircraft, former fighter pilot, and Tom Milson in that famous aircraft from the King's Speech, the yellow one with the silver nose. And they'll charge towards you and perform the pairs break. Robin and the camouflaged one in the lead, the yellow one following behind. And you'll have to be quick with your camera when they do make the break. I'll try and give you a little bit of notice. Here they break. And they get close. Now they'll turn and charge towards each other for the opposition pass. And again, they'll get close again. There's a good chance to savour that camouflage of Robin's aircraft on the right, and indeed the colour scheme of the distinctive King's Speech aircraft flown by Tom on the left. Beautifully close. Now turn your eyes up to the main pack, who are by that dark cloud, straight ahead, up high, diving towards you, building up speed to about 120, 125 miles an hour, and get ready with your cameras for the bomb burst. Worth a photo. And here they go. There's Nigel Lemon in the Moth Major bringing up the rear, doing a half Cubanate. Now the team will form itself into two lines, and they'll charge at one another, rather like we saw the synchro pair do earlier. But this time, you haven't got one aircraft to miss. You have between 4 and 5. And once again, they will get close. To film it, you can either follow one aircraft and snap it as it passes others, or keep your camera still and just see what comes into your view. Both seem to work. Now the team will form itself up into one long line for a final fly past. And if you've enjoyed their show, please give them a wave. And this goes for any of the displays today, because pilots will never be able to hear you clapping, but they can see arms waving. And it's a lovely sight to see from the air, a whole sea of waving arms. And if they spot you, they'll wave back. You'll join us here at the Old Buckenham Handicap Chase as the runners and riders come into the final furlong. And in the lead is Easy Tiger, 2-1 favourite, ridden by Jonathan Elwes, followed closely by Oyster Catcher, ridden by David Sister. Then it's I'm the Leader at 4-1, ridden by Jeff Milsom. Then it's Sullivan Gun, 30-2, ridden by Tom Milsom, his son. Then it's Easy Squeezy, ridden by Nigel Lemon. Next I can see we have Doctor's Orders, 11-2, ridden by Dr. Jeremy Radcliffe. Coming round the bend, it's Golden Oldie, ridden by Mike Vasey. It's the aircraft going round the bend, not Mike. Bring up the rear, the last two is De Havilland Boy, 10-1, ridden by Jonathan Turnbull. And finally bring up the rear is that 20-1 outsider, Tiger, ridden by Robin Russell. I should mention that that penultimate aircraft, flown by Jonathan Turnbull, is the oldest Tiger Moth in the world, and still has the original de Havilland School of Flying lettering down the side. It's red with silver wings. Team now coming into land. It's quite a small strip here, so they'll space themselves out a bit. And in case any of you are wondering why there's so much silver on so many of these aircraft, silver wings and silver tailplanes, in fact the silver is aluminium powder that's added to the dope that's put on to tighten and seal the Irish linen that's covering these wooden frames for the wings. There's a steel tube for the fuselage, that too is covered with linen. And the aluminium powder is added to go and make the material resilient to the rays of the sun. Otherwise they degrade in the sunshine. And so in fact the whole aircraft is entirely silver, and anything you can see that isn't silver is painted on top of the silver. So first coming to sight, having landed, it's David's sister in the actual aircraft. Sorry, the first one, I beg your pardon, is Jonathan Elwes, the aircraft that he flew in the reenactment of the Charge of the Light Brigade. Also in the Charge of the Light Brigade was David's sister in the second blue aircraft, and that is the actual aircraft that he flew solo, unassisted, to Australia in 1978. Third down is Jeff Milsom in the green aircraft with the silver tail, former fighter pilot.
Tim, we have some ground crew down there performing a vital role. Perhaps you could explain that to us.
Yes, indeed. These Tiger Moths, as I mentioned, have no brakes. They've also got no tail wheel, and so they can't make the tight turn. And so the two people in those yellow jackets are other Tiger Moth pilots who have volunteered to wing walk, which is to hold the tip. You mustn't hold it firmly tight because you can actually damage this very fragile structure. So you let it roll forward, but you provide a bit of resistance, and that allows it to pivot around you. Otherwise, they would not make the bend. And now the next one, the yellow one with the silver nose, just about to come off the runway and head towards you. That is the famous one. It's been in 5 films, including, as I say, The King's Speech, but also was the star of Thunderbird 6, where it played the role of Thunderbird 6, and actually flew through a bridge on the M40 motorway. Quite an amazing stunt. The motorway wasn't open at that stage, it had just been created. It was back in the 1960s. Next is that very rare aircraft, the Moth Major, flown by Nigel Lemon in the rhubarb and custard colouring with the straight wings. What I didn't explain to you was that for RAF purposes, those straight wings, you'll be able to see it now with the Moth Major as it comes round, the top wing is right above the front cockpit. Now you'll notice that all these aircraft are being flown from the rear cockpit, and that's so that the pilot can counterbalance the weight of the engine. So if you have a passenger or an instructor, they sit in the front cockpit, but they need to be able to parachute to safety if they need to. And therefore, the RAF would not like the DH-60, that maroon and cream-coloured one, now being wing-walked around the bend. You can see how it's absolutely essential to have a wing-walker. You couldn't parachute from that in a hurry. And so de Havilland's went and moved the centre, which is has that bulbous fuel tank above it, moved that forwards. But in order to keep the centre of pressure in the same place, as Nigel waving to us, they had to go and sweep the wings back so that the centre of lift stayed in the same place. And that gives the distinctive look to the Tiger Moth. Next I can see the brown one with the checkered tail. That's Dr. Jeremy Radcliffe, consultant anaesthetist and space doctor. Sally B is rolling in, so those who are keen to see the next act will be passing across very shortly to Ken. Do you want to do it now? Coming now to you.
Tim Emeris and the Tiger 9, what a performance. Put your hands together. Pure nostalgia. Tim, I salute you. Thank you very much. Holding over Snetterton is an aeroplane that gets everybody going. It's got me going already, and it's been doing that for 40 plus years. I have in front of me now our guest of honor here today, the lady that makes this aeroplane possible, Ellie Smedley. Ellie, come out here. Come and see your crowd. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Ellie Smedley. And now, if you turn, and I've got to do this properly, if you turn to your left, you can see the aeroplane coming in. Pure emotion. This, with the 453rd Bomb Group, was a B-24 station, and they used to rudely say that the B-24 was the box that the B-17 was delivered in. The aeroplane stands in honor of every American that gave their lives in the air during World War II. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go very quiet now. This is Sally B. We'll talk to you in a moment. Andrew Dixon is our pilot. Ellie, what's your feelings?
Well, what can I say? It's still flying after 45 years. Isn't that fantastic? The last remaining B-17 Flying Fortress in Europe. And you know what? It's flown by the goodwill of you people out there. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
No government support, no lottery support. You lot, you make this piece of flying history possible. It's a memorial to the 79,000 US airmen who gave the ultimate sacrifice during World War II. Many of those from this airfield here. Based at Duxford. Here we come in again. Ladies and gentlemen, all you need to say, Sally B. Our event organiser, Matt Wilkins, is a good wordsmith. He calls this aeroplane the longest running miracle of aviation heritage the world has ever known. The Supporters Club is sallyb.org.uk. You keep this icon in the air. It's Britain's biggest warbird. Along the way, it's had many difficulties. Against all odds, Ellie and her team keep this magnificent machine flying. And a new scheme. It's been enhanced.
Yes, we were grounded for 18 months, and during that time, the volunteer team, they completely repainted the aircraft with a roller. And look at it. Doesn't he look fantastic? By volunteers. We are so pleased, and all it cost was the paint. So for once we really got good value for money.
No volunteers, no Sally B. It's as easy as that, isn't it? So the aeroplane has been down on the ground with problems before now. How are you with the idea that all air shows were off the list?
Well, we lost a massive amount of money, and also in the meantime our insurance went up by 50%, and everything is going up, as you all know. And listen, everybody suffered during this pandemic, but we are still here. We had to fly this year because we have to train the pilots, we have to show the aeroplane, and more importantly, if we don't fly the aeroplane, it probably will never fly again. So we got it in the air, even though we have very few shows. Again, we need more money, but it is because of the public and the members that we survive, and our sponsors. So thank you, everybody, and many of you are here today.
And as she turns back onto the field from the Snetterton end, bomb bay open. Now you're guest of honour, and you have a road named after you here, so Old Buckenham certainly is doing you proud.
What can I say? That the organizer Matt Wilkins, he is a super gentleman, and I think I've got an aura on my head in his brain, and I love him for it. Thank you, and thank you for supporting Sally B the way you do, Matt.
Now, he's looking reluctant, but that's his problem. Peter Kuipers, captain on Sally B, and he's flying it tomorrow, so you're champing at the bit looking on how Andrew's doing now. What's it like being at the helm of such an icon?
Well, at the moment I'm looking at what Andrew's doing, and hopefully I'll do the same good job tomorrow. What's it like? It's a really big and heavy machine to fly. And what Andrew is doing here, what I'll try to do tomorrow. The aircraft is designed to fly at high altitude to Germany, big formations, and fly straight and level. What's Andrew doing? He's turning it all the time. He's staying low level, trying to stay in front of the public's eyes. And that's not what the machine is designed to do. So it's not easy, but it's a big fun to fly it.
Big fun. As you say, it's as a machine, as a design, it's takeoff, heavily laden, climb to height, set course, cruise, return. And this is very different flying regime for it.
It is. And, you know, I can't imagine what it would have been flying this machine 75 years ago, being shot at 25,000 feet, minus 50 Celsius out there, bullets flying all around, people being hurt or worse. We're doing a different thing nowadays, but it's what we think about, and it's also one of the reasons this aircraft flies. It's a memorial. Ellie has us fly over the Matadors Cemetery near Cambridge every year, once or twice, as a memorial.
And that exceptional sound, there is nothing like that. And Sally B will now turn in, and she will come up with her signature departure. She turns in. This is our final run through, and as we said during the Tiger 9, Andrew and his team can see you. We want a big Old Buckenham wave as this amazing icon, this piece of aviation heritage comes past us. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Britain's largest warbird, the one that's most loved, Sally B. Put your hands together, give them a wave. There goes the smoke. Peter, Ellie, we thank you very, very much. And Ellie, your guest of honor today, I think you'll find that there's some food or maybe a modicum within the tent.
Great to see
earlier,
Ellie and Peter
favorite
back again. Oh, absolutely. And looking gorgeous with that new paint job as well. sallyb.org.uk. sallyb.org.uk. Make a note of that website address. Go check out all there is to see about this wonderful, romantic, historic machine. Such grace. Wonderful display as ever. And back again tomorrow.
Yeah, with Peter flying at this time, that was great to get a pilot's viewpoint of it.
Yeah.
Now, we keep our eyes open towards the east, which I sort of think is the right, but with my directional knowledge, we could be well wrong. We're coming now to what we called over the years the patron saint of pilots. Rod Dean in the Slingsby T67. He's at height because he's all aerobatic routines with a moderately powered aeroplane start at height. And yes, there he is. I knew I was right, that he's coming in from the right. Rod Dean, the Slingsby T67. Rod is an exceptional character. 21 years on Royal Air Force fast jets, Hunters, Jaguars, Hawks, and since 1984 he's been flying this sort of aeroplane, and you name the warbird and he's flown it. Ladies and gentlemen, Rod Dean. the late 90s into the early 2000s. Slingsby T67 was the initial route to flying with the British Armed Forces. This particular example, built in 1987, 160 horsepower, so moderate power, but Rod brings a lyricism to the flying. Down below, as Rod performs, two more of our acts. At our engine start, the T6 Texan and the Hurricane. Nigel Wilson in the T6, positioning, and behind him Clive Denny in the Hurricane. Overhead, Rod making it look all so easy. Now, at the risk of sounding like a publisher's agent, Rod has written an exceptional book called 50 Years of Flying Fun. And it's available on a website named after a very, very large river. Also, a good read. Get yourself over to John Davis's stall at Grub Street, outside Jimmy's Cafe. Our Deputy Flying Display Director, Rick Peacock Edwards, has published his book, Rate of Climb, and that's available outside Jimmy's Cafe by the Information Centre. Go and talk to John Davis. He's got a range of books available there. And John, I hope the check is in the post. Rod's eldest son is also a fast jet Royal Air Force pilot, so he's keeping it in the family. And as if his life wasn't crowded enough, for several years, Rod was the Civil Aviation Authority head of General Aviation. Flaps down, a low, slow run. Lyrical flying from Rod Dean. Has a fast run by now, giving us an introduction, and he's waving at you. Please wave back. We have a packed number of displays on aerobatics today, and Rod giving us a fabulous primer in it. And as Rod taxis in, Nigel Wilson gets airborne in the T6. We'll be seeing more of him shortly. And ladies and gentlemen, now rolling down the runway, Clive Denny and the Hawker Hurricane Mark 12, the historic aircraft collection based at Duxford. aeroplane wears the markings of 303 Polish Squadron. It's built by Canadian Car and Foundry at Fort William, Canada. Served with the Royal Canadian Air Force. A complete restoration in 1989 brought it back to flying condition. And in 2005, pilot Clive Denny being the main instigator of a very, very moving operation that put that Hurricane and a Spitfire back to Malta amidst not a dry eye in the house, as they demonstrated the defenders returning to that Mediterranean island. Now we're graced with Sally B earlier on. Clive volunteered to help Sally B in 1974. By 1982, the bug had got to him so much that he was learning to fly on Tiger Moths at Cambridge Flying Club. And now he is a consummate warbird pilot. Spitfires and Hurricanes and much more. And along with his wife Linda, he runs Vintage Fabrics at Audley End in Essex, where he uses his skills to transform vintage veteran aircraft of all sorts, and there are some on this field that are all the better for Clive's attention to detail. Ladies and gentlemen, Clive Denny and the Hurricane. Of course, took the bulk of the flying during the dark days of the Battle of Britain, alongside the Spitfire. It was an aeroplane that got into production far earlier than the Spitfire. Indeed, there was one point where it looked as though Supermarine at Eastleigh and Southampton were going to have to stop building Spitfires. They were so behind the drag curve, and start on Hurricanes. Just like the Spitfire, the Hurricane was a private venture. Sidney Cam and the rest of his design team conceived the aeroplane that he believed that the nation required. And it kept very much to the technology that it developed in a line of classic biplanes, including the Fury single-seat fighter. And in many ways, the Hurricane evolved as a monoplane version of the Fury. Prototype first flew in November 1935 and immediately went into production. The aeroplane remained largely unchanged throughout the war, the last one being rolled out in September 1944, the last of 14,670. That last aeroplane was PZ865, which today and for a long time has graced the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight at Coningsby in Lincolnshire. You will be seeing more of Clive later on to show how adaptive he is. He will be up with, and I need to pronounce this correctly so not to raise too many mishears in the audience. He will be flying later with the red Sparrows formation team, the red Sparrows. All flying more de Havillands as we celebrate the 101st anniversary of Geoffrey de Havilland's company. Turning in for his last pass, Clive Denny in the superb historic aviation collection. Hawker Hurricane Mark 12. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, give him a wave. Clive Denny.
Well, we are rattling on through the acts on this day one of the 2021 Old Buck Airshow, which of course wouldn't be possible without the kind support of our three major sponsors, the Eastern Daily Press, Tingdean Lifestyle and Able Homes. Thank you so much to you guys for your ongoing support. Eyes to the skies.
Tom, the Old Buckenham magic is building, isn't it? Not that we doubted it at any point.
Well, I think we should just ask our crowd to give us a big cheer just to make sure that everybody is enjoying themselves out there. After three, come on, we want to hear you with a big cheer. 1, 2, 3.
Excellent.
That's what we like to hear.
Well, that's got the PA tested. 5, bringing the Hurricane down, and we keep with World War II. It's my pleasure to introduce Debs, a well-known name around here. Been doing this almost as long as I have. And she's going to introduce Nigel Wilson and the T6. Debs, good to see you. Here we go.
Thanks very much, Ken. Well, we've just heard from Nigel on the RT. He's called up 30 seconds to display. So you can cast your eyes out to the left and you might just catch him as a speck up there as he gets ready to run in for his display. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, look out to the left and you can see Nigel Wilson bringing the Anglia Warbirds Harvard into display. First manoeuvre, he pulls up into a loop. This display is very much about energy management. So at the start of it, when he's got a bit of energy there, comes in, does a nice big loop for you. Then using the display lines, he goes back out to do a derry turn to come in for his next manoeuvre. Now this aircraft here is based down in Essex and it's painted up in the American Navy scheme. This particular aircraft was built in 1942. It didn't actually see active service. It went out to South Africa and then was sold on to the Portuguese Air Force. Okay, Nigel's now going to come in and show us a barrel roll. Imagine there's a big barrel laid on its side in the sky, and you can see he's running his aircraft round the outside of that barrel. Quite a difficult, skillful manoeuvre for the pilots to undertake there, but it's quite a gentle manoeuvre, and if you were sitting inside, you should, if he's flown it nicely for you and properly, just feel a positive 1G all the way around that. Just doing a wing over for us at the end to bring us back on the display line, and he's going to show you an aileron roll. So he's coming down to build up a bit of speed, pulling the aircraft up, and there you go, just does a normal roll for you. This aircraft doesn't have any inverted fuel systems on it, so he can't actually stay upside down too long, or you might hear a cough there, and we don't really want to hear that during the display. Okay, he's done another wing over and he's going to come back in now and show us a Cuban 8. And as part of this manoeuvre, he's actually going to talk to us from the cockpit, just to show you that while flying that aircraft, he's still able to talk to you all down there.
Hi folks, we're doing about 170, coming up to 180 miles an hour just to get into the Cuban here. So we're going to do a little loop here. There we go. Pulling up, allowing for the wind a little bit, around about 3 or 4 G. Over the top, looking for the horizon. Down the other side, and a bit of a roll as well for the Cuban. Down for the last of the Cuban, which is another loop in the other direction. Speed is good, and off we go.
And there you go, in true Blue Peter style, or Generation style, isn't it? That's all there is to it. You won't catch me trying that. Okay, Nigel's quite a familiar face to us here up at Old Buckenham. Learned to fly back in 1985 at Ipswich Airport back in the day. And his first dabble with the DA was with the original Red Sparrows, which were 4 Cessna 150s flying out of Ipswich. So for those of the people that remember Ipswich Airport, that's where Nigel started. Now the Harvard's quite a familiar aircraft, and really we've sort of got it the wrong way round in the display, if you like. This was the stepping stone that the pilots used to step up to during wartime. So they've learned to fly on something like a Tiger Moth that we saw at the start of the display. Once they'd learnt the basics of how to fly, they would then move on to these advanced trainers like the Harvard. If you were flying in the RAF, you would fly a Harvard. If you were flying in the American Air Force, you would fly a T6 or a Texan. And if you were flying in the American Navy, which is what this one is painted up in, you would be flying an SJN. But you're actually flying the same aircraft. Okay, so I said pilots would come on, they would they'd learn to fly in that Tiger Moth, they would cut their teeth on this aircraft here, and this is where they would be streamed to either go on and fly the fighters, so the likes of the Hurricane, which we've just seen, the Spitfire, the Mustang,
or they would be streamed across to bombers. So the likes of the Lancaster, the likes of Sally B, the B-17. Okay, so if you've got your cameras now, it's a nice chance for you to get a nice head-on shot. Nigel's taken the aircraft round out to the back of the display area, and he's going to run in on the B axis, coming directly at you before he pulls up into a head-on loop there. So if you've got your cameras, get your cameras ready, because it's a good opportunity. Okay, so you can see him now, he's building his speed up. As I said, it was all about energy management. He's using that B axis, which is what we've got on our display lines there, and it's a great head-on shot at the crowd, and then he pulls up into his loop. And the sun's come out. Doesn't she look lovely with the sun on her? Okay, so Nigel's going out to the end there now. He's going to do a wing over for us to come in to do some flybys to finish off the display. Now, you might be sitting here thinking, I really like that aircraft, I'd like to go and fly in it. Well, it's part of the Anglia Warbirds team based down at Earl's Cone, and you can actually fly it. So if you fancy going in this magnificent machine, and let me tell you, it's great fun sitting in the back there, as I found out this morning, just go on the Anglian Warbirds website and have a look at some of the experiences. Okay, you see he's coming back down again. And if you've got your cameras, again, it's a great shot to get a picture of the aircraft against some blue sky. We've got blue sky here at Old Buckenham. Okay, so Nigel just called up to say it's his last pass, so he's going to do a wing over there for you again. The sun glinting lovely on the yellow wings, coming back down for his last fly past. Good opportunity again with your camera, and if you haven't, give him a wave. It's a great big greenhouse canopy up there, and he can see you, and if you're lucky, he'll wave back. I think he's forgotten he's got a wave to you. Okay, so we can see he's coming up to the end of his display now. Hopefully he'll be configuring the aircraft to land, so hopefully we'll see him slowing down, and hopefully we'll see those wheels coming down. We don't want him making a mess on our runway up here, do we, Ken? There we go. You can see the gears come down. To us people on the ground here, looks nice and easy. The wheels just come down. Let me tell you, when you're up there, you've got to push pump, you've got to get your pressure right, and then you've got to get your lever right to get the wheels down. There's as well as still flying the aircraft and looking out of the window, so there's a lot to do there. And here he comes, a nice tight circuit into land. So like I say, if you too fancied a flight in that wonderful aircraft, and like I say, I was very lucky to come up in here this morning, and hopefully I'll be flying her home tomorrow, fingers crossed for the weather. Just go on the Anglian Warbirds website and you too can have a flight. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for listening to me. And when Nigel comes in, give him a big round of applause, and I'll speak to you later for the Staggerwing.
Thank you, Debs. Now we're not finished with you or Nigel, are we? We're going with the Staggerwing later on, and that's another big radialed aeroplane and a very different flying characteristics. And you're very welcome, Debs. We thank you ever so much. In my earpiece, I can hear our wonderful air traffic controllers. They're getting everybody ready. For following the flow of things, and we're about to move on to our next, which is called a victory formation. We'll explain all in a moment. Both of these aeroplanes are film stars. One of them flew alongside Sally B during the making of the film Memphis Belle. The other one goes back into the 1960s, and it was a star in the film Battle of Britain. Nigel Wilson taxis in. Ladies and gentlemen, climbing for height above us, a Messerschmitt 109, and before the enthusiasts in the audience tell me it isn't, I'll explain all of that in a moment. Based at Duxford, this is part of the Aircraft Restoration Company's fleet, and we would like to thank the Aircraft Restoration Company and indeed the Imperial War Museum, as we seem to borrowed an awful lot of their flying aeroplanes for this weekend. While we're at it, hearty congratulations to John and Amanda Romain for their MBEs. This aeroplane is a much developed Messerschmitt 109. It's built by the Hispano Aviación in Spain, and this one dates from 1954. At that time, they were looking for the most reliable, most high-performance engine they could put on it, and of course they went for a Rolls-Royce Merlin 500. Which is why it sounds the way it does, but it has all the characteristics of the infamous Messerschmitt 109. In Spanish service, and they saw action in the Spanish Sahara. It's ground attack aircraft. The aircraft was known as the Buchon, and that's a pigeon with a large crop. If you take a look at the front, the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine gives it a quite bulbous nose. And of course, this aeroplane and a whole series of others were retired in 1965 and found by Group Captain Hamish Mahadi and brought into the film The Battle of Britain. Released in 1969, the film, directed by Guy Hamilton, who went on to direct a whole series of James Bond movies, remains a firm favourite. Carrying out a wing over, coming round for his final pass. Take a look at the tail services on this. The aeroplane, very small tail, and its undercarriage actually quite close coupled. In an interview I did many years ago with the late Nick Grace, who had just restored one of these, he said that the small tail, the incredible power, and the close coupled undercarriage meant that Professor Willie Messerschmitt, the designer of this aeroplane, really should have got a knighthood. There were more Luftwaffe pilots lost in takeoff and landing accidents than there were in the air. And behind him, tail chasing now, P-51D, Miss Helen. Miss Helen is a genuine World War II veteran. It served at Bodney with the 352nd Fighter Group, and they were known as the blue-nosed bleep bleeps from Bodney. It's the only known survivor from that valiant fighter group. What I'm going to continue to call a Messerschmitt turns hard right, the Mustang continuing to follow. Bringing these two aeroplanes together here, brilliant way of showing the likely combats of 1944 onwards. And the Mustang's got a bead on the Messerschmitt. Trailing oil. The distinctive whistle of the P-51. That's its gun barrels acting like flutes as the air travels over them. Having dispatched the enemy, our Mustang pilot is going to celebrate in the skies over Old Buckenham. Well, escorting B-17s to the marshalling yards at Dresden, April the 17th, 1945. The airfield at Platting came in front of the nose of Miss Helen and several other Mustangs, and they had made an astonishing 7 passes across the airfield, destroying 3 Messerschmitt 109s and 2 of the twin-jet Messerschmitt 262s on the ground. As you will see later, by that stage of the war, the sky was virtually owned by the Allies. As I said earlier, this aeroplane is one of several Mustangs that took part in the film Memphis Belle, and of course Sally B was the central element in that. Making his last pass, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Helen, the war veteran P-51D Mustang. Tom, there comes a point in every display where you get to say, and now for something completely different. This is the Tiger Club Turb team. 4 aerial motorcycles, I think is the best way to describe it. Keep your eyes on these people. They are a team like no other. They've been displaying for over 60 years, and they're keen to point out that's longer than the Red Arrows. And they're very low level. In fact, their team leader tells me that if they go above 700 feet, they get a nosebleed. This is a little single-seater wooden airframed aeroplane designed by Frenchman Roger Drioun in 1953. And they are definitely a flying motorbike, although their engine puts them more in the Volkswagen league. It is a converted 1600cc Volkswagen, giving 30 horsepower. And they were built under license by Rollisons at Croydon, when Croydon was still an operational airfield. Our 4 pilots are Richard Meredith, who claims that the Wright brothers taught him to fly. He's in the blue one. Richard Vari is in the yellow and red one, and Alex Rainier in the red and white one, and it's his inaugural flying display. David Brothers is in the yellow and black one. So we saw with the Tiger 9 a nice formation. Again, you keep your eye on your leader and you trust him to make the directional changes, you concentrate on the separation. As was explained to you whilst the Tiger 9 were displaying, these aeroplanes don't have a lot of oomph, a lot of power. So piloting, particularly in formation work, is very hard work. Now, Tom, we were talking earlier about these people that have invaded the runway.
Yeah, if you were sort of sat towards the front of the flight line here, you'll have seen some people with stripy poles go by, some kind of old blanket and what might be balloons inside.
That's a very good guess, and I think it's best to say only they really know what they're doing. As overhead, the turbulence showing shall we say a low-powered but immaculate formation. Open cockpit, I can see things beautifully. People think you get blown around in an open cockpit. It's actually, the slipstream is going by you. You're all sort of in a little bubble. They drop into line astern, come back towards us. Keep your eyes on them. Now you see, you were right about a balloon. There is a rogue balloon. Now I wonder whether that's just for meteorological reasons. And I would suspect, seeing how the team with the bag full of balloons is legging it further across the airfield, they now know where the wind's blowing.
Another balloon released.
Well, it's certainly confirming there's a breeze out there. Keep your cameras ready, folks. And there's the brake. Oh, now down on the ground, Tom, what's that? I mean, I have to say, if that's a washing line, they're incredibly small smalls.
I wondered whether there was going to be some show jumping, but the poles, it looks like, have been moved from horizontal to vertical.
You could be on the money there.
So what may well be happening here? I'm just trying to piece this all together, Ken.
Well, I think the words "surely not" come into mind as they come in from the Snetterton end. Have they got something against washing lines? And from both ends, here we go. Yellow. Oh, straight through. And light blue. And here we go with the red. And the yellow and red. Brilliant stuff. catch me holding those
I was
poles
just
for
going
all
to say
the
that.
money.
Yeah.
Now that, in all, it's fun, but it's all shows pure piloting skills. Here we go again. That's Richard Murray. David Brothers. Full score so far. Richard Meredith. Oh, 4 faults. And behind that on UB, Alex Rainier. It's really a very, very small target, oblique gap to aim for. Here they come again. Are we looking for a clear round from all of them? Beautifully done. Yes. Excellent stuff. The sky full of turbulence. That's a description of the aeroplane, it's not a weather forecast.
Guys holding the poles, breathing a sigh of relief. Now tell us about the balloons that went up there, Ken,
Well,
as some kind of measure of the wind. What was happening there?
Well, I think that's exactly what they were doing, and I think there's going to be a larger escape of balloons, shall we say.
Okay.
But I'm not sure what they're up to at the moment. You never quite know with this team. They're coming along. There is a sort of structure down there. Oh, look, they're bombing! Oh! Oh, a direct hit.
Well, that's charming.
And if you're worried about the environment, folks, they're using flower bombs. And of course, the question is, what sort of flower? It's plain flower. Oh! One in a row. My work here is now done.
You self-raised yourself to that one, didn't you, Ken? Hey, you really did.
I knew I could rely on you.
That was charming. I mean, these guys holding the poles for them, and they go and bomb them.
Well, you know, you must look at the small print in your contract. So these aeroplanes may look small and cute. They have a military role. And an exceptional delay on that weapon. Oh, look at this! Very accurate. The ground team still look nervous, don't they? They're clearing up after themselves. Beware in case there's some unexploded pasta out there. Oh, we've got balloons en masse, Tom. And the boys have got them in their sights. Now, keeping a balloon like that, travelling at random in its own inimitable fashion, what are you going to do with it? As it climbs, thinking it's safe. more balloons go up. Our team have got to get these balloons, otherwise the way they're drifting there'll be an international incident in about an hour. Oh! I think the approach to the aeroplane and the release of the balloon are critical. Oh! That is one very frightened balloon. I think that balloon's climbing too fast. Oh, perhaps we have a better chance here. Although, as Richard Meredith, part of this team for many a year, would say, some of our circuits are not timed with our watches. We time them on the calendar. Looks determined. Yes! When he gets down on the ground, when he parks the aeroplane, he will paint a little balloon on the side. When he gets 5 of them, he becomes an ace.
Now, are they on a roll? This is looking good.
I think they've been just playing with us so far. Got 1. Balloons, 8. Turbulent team 1. Not bad, not easy. And now our team, the very, very friendly Tiger Club Turb team, are going to come round, form up, and they're going to wave at you. And you're getting good at waving, you wonderful audience. Just gathering themselves together. Slowly tightening up the formation. Well, that was, I said, something completely different. The Tiger Club, you'll see more of them later on. This team have been entertaining audiences all over Britain for 4 decades plus. And they'll be waving at you as they do a run through now. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tiger Club Turb team, and they're waving. Brilliant, boys, excellent.
You can see them as clear as day. Wave back, everyone. Big waves.
Richard Forey, David Brothers, Alex Renia. Brilliant stuff. Put your hands together for their incredible support team as they bring the washing back in. Well done, you lot. You wouldn't catch me anywhere near that. And now, folks, a feature of the Old Buckenham show. We're going to have a break for you to go and refuel or other tasks, and we'll be back shortly where we go for me and mini-me. Yeah. So we have about 15 minutes, possibly a little longer, and we'll be back with you.
Well, whilst we're in the place, let's go and have a chat with the crowd and get a flavour of what you're enjoying, any particulars. I'll tell you what, it'd be great to see this whole place totally packed out. So, immediately under the fence bit.
What a fabulous morning we've had. It's already felt like a full air show to me. We've been doing lots of flying days at Duxford, and a good hour and a half. Where are we? Couple of hours of flying. Magnificent stuff. And my favourite display team capping it all off, the Turb team there. It's wonderful stuff. Hello if you've just joined us. My name's Ian. I'm a bit more comfortable behind the camera than I am on it, but I wanted to give everybody a warm welcome to the Old Buckenham show, and I hope you've been enjoying commentary from Ken and from Tom, and a couple of guest commentators there keeping us all entertained. It's been a fantastic morning. More to look forward to. Starting off the next part of the flying at 7 minutes to 3, according to my timesheet here, will be the Extra 300 with the model. Saw last weekend at the Duxford shows a magnificent pairing of full-size aircraft with model, remarkable flying from both pilots to keep those two in formation. And then, speaking of formation flying, we'll have the Matadors. Paul Bonham, Steve Jones in the S-back, what are we calling it these days? Yeah, something like that. Again, absolute masters of formation flying. Bit windy out here, which will make things harder for them, but shall I say more entertaining for us, potentially? Some hard work will be going on throughout that display, and excited to see that. On after that is the Cap 10 set out here in front of us, and isn't this a magnificent filming position? I hope you've been enjoying all the aircraft movements directly in front of us. It's made for some entertaining moments as I just make sure tripods are secure as the Hurricane swings his tail round towards me. It is all very secure, but you know, you have that moment, don't you? And I'm excited about that Cap 10 display. Actually, he's going up to hold what we will have to display coming in from Duxford, the Mark 1 Spitfire, replacing the World War I aircraft we were hoping to see. Conditions not allowing them to participate, I believe. So we'll have the Mark 1 Spit, which is going to look absolutely magnificent in these skies. I don't know about you, but certainly from a filming point of view, these kinds of conditions with the sun behind us, lighting the aircraft up with some nice contrasting sky, providing some really nice film moments. And Chris, I spotted on the chat earlier that you were asking if we'd upgraded camera equipment. No, this is just what an airshow looks like when the sun is in the right position. No upgrades for us just yet. Not quite the time for upgrades at the moment, clinging on here in airshow land. Spitfire, so following that will be the Cap 10 I discussed earlier. Lovely scheme on that, the red and yellow aircraft, a Tiger Club aircraft, lovely. That will be displaying at around about 3:30. Then we'll be on to the Fireflies, the two-ship of RV4s. Another lovely display there. then the Marchetti, and then the Storch and the Cub. You might be able to see behind me. There'll be a two-ship display, and then it will be another break, but I'll find something to entertain you with, I promise. But then we'll come back in the afternoon at 16:35 with the Typhoon. So hopefully we'll have dusted off the cobwebs and we'll be ready and raring to go on the cameras for the Typhoon at 25 to 5. Is that correct? Yes. And then 2/3 of the UK's Staggerwing contingent displaying for us, presumably formation. They'll be going, they'll be taking off and displaying at about 4:45. I'm looking forward to that. And then bringing us into the afternoon, the red Sparrows rather than red arrows. At least 3 chipmunks. I can't see here exactly how many, but the red chipmunks, a lovely formation display, and again in some bumpy conditions up here. That will make things entertaining for us and more challenging for the pilots, but looking forward to that. And rounding the afternoon off, we'll have Spitfire MH434. So, I mean, what a magnificent display, and the sights, the sounds, and even the smells from the German sausage van over there providing me with some entertainment, and I hope you're enjoying it. Do join the chat if you are watching on YouTube. I am sort of trying to moderate it. John Seymour saying fabulous filming, Ian. Oh, you're very kind. I'm sure that was Adam's work. Adam down on wide angle camera there. And I should say a big thank you actually to Adam and to Andrew, who's live mixing the show. Just a 3-man team this weekend. It's not a commercial. No one's paying us to be here, so we're really hoping that you'll enjoy this so much that you decide to certainly subscribe on YouTube. But there is the membership option available to you there, which contributes a little bit of money to Plains TV monthly to encourage me to get out and about and do more of these live shows. If you really enjoy what you're seeing and you enjoyed the archive material we started the day with, and would like to fill your evenings, weekends, daytimes with lots more airshow action, you can find that at watch.plainstv.com. That's a subscription service that gives you access to our back catalogue stretching back 30 years. Not all of it's on there. I'm working through the tape archive, but at least the last 10 years of shows all available to view there. And you'll have noticed last weekend that we do sometimes live stream air shows just to our on-demand subscribers. It's a big thank you to them for subscribing, and yeah, gives access to some live streams in that way. But this one's a freebie. Hopefully you're watching on YouTube or Facebook. If you are watching elsewhere and anyone's asked you to register to view, it's not a legitimate broadcast, and go and find the Plains TV YouTube channel, please. Hope you're enjoying the show. We've got lots more to look forward to. I started the show with a little clip, and Andrew, this is your cue to go and find that little video from Mildenhall. So travelled through that neck of the woods, Mildenhall, Lakenheath, and a reminder of fun times spent at Mildenhall at Airfates at their May Airshow, which lasted up until early 2000s. Sadly, not a show that takes place anymore. I did get a trip to Mildenhall recently. Went up in the KC-135 with some elsewhere. Won't dwell on that. But KC-135 is still very operational there. But I thought we'd wind the clock back again to an archive programme of ours, the Best of Mildenhall. And this little section of EC-135, KC-135 that still operate at the base, and well, maybe not the EC, I'm not sure, but this dramatic takeoff from Best of Mildenhall, it's on YouTube, you've probably seen it before, but I thought since we're in the neighbourhood, we'd look back again to a Mildenhall show. Take a look at this.
To Airfate 94, and a spirited takeoff by a KC-135R starts the show. The KC-135 would have been designated Boeing 717, thus filling the gap in a series of famous airliner numbers now extending to Boeing 777. Now, more than 30 years on, it is still the cornerstone of US tanking capacity. When the KC-135 replacement specification was issued, it was required that it applied to an already certificated wide body still in production. That meant either the McDonnell Douglas DC-10 or Boeing 747. In the event, the DC-10 won. In sheer numbers, the KC-135 still dominates the fleet, but the KC-10 brings the bonus of a quick change capability to passengers or cargo. Also, the fleet has been modified to take the drogue system and permit 3-point refueling, the main advantage over the boom. Another important role of RAF Mildenhall is logistical support, and a wide variety of transports frequent the base. But first, another tanker. At the '94 show, we saw a rare display by a US Marine Corps KC-130.
I'm the director of racing. That's the race series director.
There we go, Willie introducing himself. We're back live at Old Buck, and I've climbed off the truck to have a little chat with Willie.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Tell me a little bit about the series that you're working on.
Well, basically the World Championship Air Race is the next reincarnation of what was the Red Bull Air Race. 16 years and 94 odd races around the world. That's what we're picking up, building on that legacy. But taking it to new levels in terms of focusing more on the racing, looking at more innovation, bringing in more new tech, obviously moving towards a greener, sustainable form of air racing with electric-powered aeroplanes and eVTOL as that comes on board. But really, from all intents and purposes, starting from where the Red Bull Air Race left off and then progressing from there.
It feels fitting to see the Matadors taxiing out there, Paul Bonham and Steve. Are you close enough to the Red Bull series to have that bit of continuity, to keep the momentum going a bit?
Yeah, I would say, in terms of those people on the track, everybody you'll see on the track in the Elite Series are previous Red Bull Air Race pilots, race teams. Steve from the Matadors is our head of training, and Paul, obviously, one of our advisory board members alongside him and Nigel Lamb. So very much looking to see how do we retain all of that experience, all of that knowledge, all of the learning from the Red Bull series, and I would say that about probably 95% of the people on our core team all came to us from the Red Bull Air Race.
Fantastic. So from a spectator's point of view, what and when can we start looking forward to things if that's not if that's not jumping the gun?
So we'll start racing in Q1 next year. So end of February, beginning of March is what we're having at the moment. As you can imagine, the world is in flexible feast at the moment when it comes to nailing down locations. But we have an eight race series next year, 8 locations, and we'll be announcing those, I would expect, in the next month or two. We've got that tricky position at the moment. Although we have agreements for the races, the locations we're racing at, feel it's maybe a little bit politically insensitive to start announcing things like that while they're going through pandemic impact stuff. So I would think in the next after August we'll be able to start making those announcements.
Fabulous. And where will we see those announcements? Where can people keep up to date with the series?
You can see us at wcairrace.com, which is our website, but obviously we'll be coming out through all of the usual channels to make the announcements. It'll come out as publicity material, and we'll make sure that everybody who wants to find out about it will know about it, definitely.
Fabulous. Well, thank you for that update. It's Adam we should thank for dragging you along to have a little bit of a chat with our viewers, but it's really nice to hear some new innovation going on in the, I call it the airshow scene, but it's the live aviation scene, if you like. So yeah, thank you for the update.
That's great. Nice to meet you.
Cool. Likewise, Willie.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Cheers. Will do. And we are looking forward to Matadors very shortly. Steve and Paul displaying in just a moment or two. Willie wandering around my studio. I should really stick some cordons up, shouldn't I, and give people a bit of a kick. I need a floor manager. If there's any volunteers out there who'd like to floor manage a live Plains TV live production at an air show, do get in touch. Bacon sandwiches, egg and cress, all freely available to keep you well nourished, if nothing else. Okay, I think we'll leave my little chat there. There was one last clip, so yeah, actually thinking about Old Buckenham being a B-24 base, it got me thinking again about Mildenhall bombers, and as I was looking through our old programme, that Best of Mildenhall one that I just can't resist but play, I dug out a little bit of F111 material, F111s from Upper Hayford in that period. Let's wind the clock back to Best of Mildenhall. This would have been mid or early 90s for an F111 roll demonstration.
Upper Hayford's F111Es, withdrawn in 1993, say a noisy goodbye at that year's air fete. With the imminent closure of their base, the 20th Tactical Fighter Wing is relocating to the US, and aircraft from the 55th Fighter Squadron give a last demonstration of the Aardvark's swing-wing planform and bombing techniques. Replacing the F111s is a two-seat strike variant of the F-15, the F-15E Strike Eagle. These are based at nearby Lakenheath, and though their display is restricted to flybys, their appearance is welcome. We've reported several final appearances, but there's always something new at Airfate. Undoubtedly, the highlight in recent years came in 1992 with the first UK appearance of the Lockheed F117A, so-called stealth fighter. It is operated by the 37th Fighter Wing, based at Tonopah Test Range, Nevada, USA. This is the aircraft arriving on Wednesday before the show. It appeared on static display the whole weekend.
Pilots that are inside your program, hope you've got one, flew through hangars, through a hangar. They will not be doing that today, and thanks to Matt Wilkins putting it in the program, every hangar all over East Anglia has been shot just in case. So we've spoken before about formation flying, having faith in your wingman. In this case, Chris Burkett's wingman is a fabulous 40% replica of his aeroplane out on his wingtip. The pilot is down on the runway. He's got a small radio control box controlled by his thumbs. And Chris is lining up ready to go. Get yourselves ready, folks. This is exceptional. So Mike checking through our 40%er, radio-controlled aeroplane. And Chris doing similar. Ready to start the display. So Chris puts the throttle forward and here we go. Mike with his engine running. Here we go. Me and Mini-Me. Chris into the air. Hotly pursued. Here we go. Smoke on. Up they go. And round they go in unison, building the speed, and the model is overhauling him. Up they go. Now, folks in the audience, I hope you can see what we mean. It's so difficult to describe until you've seen it. Kick on the rudder, round they go. Okay, Tom, over to you. Which one's which? I'm completely banjaxed already. Isn't this incredible? Over and over and over. Hesitation roll. Back on the stick. And back on the mini stick. Hold it over the top. A roll in the vertical. Chris tumbling through his own smoke.
Ken, you have to remind yourself that one of these aircraft is being flown from the ground.
Exactly. And Chris Burkett, bless him, would say it is Mike that has the harder job. Wonderful. Chris knife edging through the sky. And now an opposition maneuver. And look just what the 40%er can do. Turns into a helicopter as Chris side slips past him. Look at that controllability. The 40% has got a turn of speed, hasn't it? Cameras ready. There it goes. Tumbling through the sky. That is some skill. And at height, with the smoke on, there's Chris, determined to show Mike a thing or two, building the speed. Both on the smoke. Both knife edging, very nonchalant. Exceptional. The quiet across the audience, self-evident. Ladies and gentlemen, as they come back round, I think for a landing. Put your hands together for Chris Burkett and Mike Williams, both of them exceptional aviators. Beautiful.
Well, that was truly stunning. Ken, it's breezy out here. The Mini-Me, is it harder to fly when you've got the wind as it is today?
I assume so, he said, hanging onto his hat, as we expect any moment the Matadors to enter the arena. I have been a pilot. You would never get me flying a small aeroplane on a remote box. You have a different mindset entirely.
Big waves, ladies and gents, big waves. Every time blown away by that. Oh, but we move on, Ken.
Ladies and gentlemen, Red Bull Matadors. Now, this is power and crisp, close flying. These aeroplanes, German designed Extreme XA41s. The cutting edge of aerobatic display. And making the cutting edge is team leader Paul Bonhomme and his wingman Steve Jones. Paul Bonhomme says that his role as leader is to startle, surprise and amaze the crowd, and not to do any of those to his wingman Steve. Close coupled, straight at you. Hanging almost stationary in the air. This team started off as the Sukhoi duo in 1994, and since 2004 they've enjoyed the support of Red Bull, hence the Matadors. And without sounding too commercial, the liquid that keeps me going during an air display. Racing world as well, air racing world. Steve says his career includes, you name it, banner towing all the way to being a Boeing 747 captain. Paul started out sweeping the hangar floor at White Waltham in Berkshire, and look where he is now. Got there by being an instructor, an air taxi pilot, airline pilot, and he says that every moment he can be doing aerobatics, the best he has in his flying career. Formation, Paul flies the maneuver. Steve follows his every move, except when they go for a separation. Try for what I think is going to be a heart in the sky. All together now. Ah! And it's staying. Now, are they really gonna... Oh, I thought for a moment he was gonna go through the heart. That would be... No, romance is not dead. Hesitation roll from Paul as Steve rejoins the action. Dropping back through his own smoke. And now a tail chase to rejoin formation. Powering in for a barrel roll. And ladies and gentlemen, the Matadors 2021 coming round for their final pass. They will see you. Get ready with the Old Buckenham wave. Paul Bonhomme, Steve Jones, we thank you. Those are almost futuristic looking aeroplanes. Now that they're safely down on the ground, I think we can put a broadcast out to all aerodrome owners in the area. You can open your hangar doors again. Just climbing away is Christophe Simon. We will see him a little later. As Paul and Steve taxi in across the crowd. Actually, this is proof that aviation is one of the very few places where you can still smoke whilst you're working. Ladies and gentlemen, we go back in time now to 1939, 1940. The first production Spitfire was delivered to 19 Squadron at Duxford in August 1938. There have been considerable problems in producing them, and tragically its designer Reginald Joseph Mitchell never got to see anyone other than the prototype, which first flew in 1936. He died of cancer, and one can only wonder what that man would have produced had he lived on. 19 Squadron was the first operational Spitfire squadron, and the aeroplane you're about to see flew, albeit briefly, with that squadron. Built at Eastleigh, Supermarine Southampton factory. It was test flown in late 1939. Ladies and gentlemen, Spitfire Mark 1 N3200. Was delivered to 19 Squadron at Duxford on the 19th of April 1940. The British Expeditionary Force had been pummeled in France and was heading for Dunkirk. Plans were made for Operation Dynamo, the evacuation from Dunkirk. It was a frantic time. The ground crew on N3200 managed to put the codes for 19 Squadron QV on the side of the aeroplane, but never got the individual code painted on, and that's how it stays today. Underneath the black and white markings that made them stick out in the air considerably, and soon to be replaced by a duck egg green, I believe. Squadron leader at that time of 19 Squadron was Geoffrey Stevenson, and he flew this very machine. On the 26th of May 1940, Operation Dynamo began the evacuation of the BEF from the beaches. That day, Stevenson in this very machine headed off across the channel, shot down a Junkers 87 Stuka dive bomber, only to be shot down himself. The aeroplane critically damaged. He executed a near perfect forced landing on the beach at Sangatte near Calais. He got out and was made a prisoner for the rest of the war. '19 took a pounding that day. He was one of five lost from the squadron. And over the years, the remains of 3200 sank into the sand to be forgotten and to decay. What was left of it was recovered in 1986. And although few parts could be salvaged, day restoration skills are such that this aeroplane was reborn. Rebuilt at Duxford, the project was financed by Dr. Thomas Kaplan. And historic flying at Duxford, now part of John Romain's Aircraft Restoration Company, put this aeroplane back into the air in March 2014. The following year, Dr. Kaplan unbelievably generously donated this aeroplane to the Imperial War Museum, and it is flown today under their ownership. You'll be seeing another Spitfire veteran later on, the Mark 9. And the changes and the evolution of the Spitfire will be very apparent between the two.
Just to cut across you for a second, if I may, Ken, there is a car, a VW Golf.
Ladies and gentlemen, flight of history, a moment in time.
Spitfire N3200. Ladies and gentlemen, we saw the Tiger Club's Tiger 9 earlier. We're about to see another Tiger Club member, and I'm using his own words here. Christophe Simon is an aircraft-mad Frenchman, and here he is above us, coming in from your right in the Cap 10. Christophe always wanted to be a fighter pilot, but poor eyesight prevented that from 10 years on. He gained his private pilot's license at 35, and again, as he says here, so much time wasted. He's made up for it since. Christophe is sales director in the aerospace industry, an avid member of the Tiger Club, loves the Tiger Moth, and says the Cap 10 expresses him far, far better. First entered UK National Aerobatic Championships in 2019, and he also likes paragliding. Cap 10 is a much refined version of the Super Emerald designed by Claude Piel from 1968. This one was built in Normandy in 1973, been in the UK since 2005. Like several display pilots here today, earlier Christophe was to be seen walking up and down, doing a ground-based version of his routine, using his hands to illustrate his next turn, the next sweep.
This is a masterclass in aerobatics. No wonder he's entering national competitions. Ladies and gentlemen, Christophe Simon and the Cap 10. As Christophe lands on, the Fireflies, our next act, get ready to depart.
So the Fireflies are rolling. John Gowdy. And Andy Durston. John Gowdy has a similar career path to Paul Bonhomme from the Matadors. He calls himself a hanger rat from age 14, and he says he learnt flying by osmosis. Gliders, and then a private pilot's license. 6 years with Air Atlantique at Coventry, flying such wonderful machines as the Dakota, Dragon Rapide, Twin Pioneer, and then from 2007, Airbus A320s out of Heathrow. He did a stint with the British Antarctic Survey in 2010 on de Havilland, Canada, Twin Otters, and he's currently a Boeing 767 captain. Andy got his PPL at 19 on the ever reliable Cessna 152s out of Manston. University Air Squadron 2001-2003, and then he joined the Royal Navy. Coming in front of you, wingtip to wingtip, the Firefly team. Smoke on, get your cameras ready. Andy's career with the Royal Navy took him through Firefly. You saw Rod Dean flying one of those earlier, then the short Staccato, Hawk, and onto the superlative, much missed Harrier. Andy left the Navy in 2012. He's now an Airbus A320 captain. The aeroplanes are the American-designed Vans RV4, the most successful build-it-yourself sports plane in the world. Close on 10,000 has been built. John describes the RV4 as having about a third of the weight of a VW Golf, but with a 160 horsepower engine, he says it's a decided hot rod. You'll get about 200 miles an hour flat out, making it an ideal aerobatic type. Over they go. On goes the smoke. Powering up for a loop. up into another loop. John over the top. And there goes Andy. And the smoke brilliantly against that cloud. And pulling back on the stick. perfectly coordinated loops. And Fireflies straight on to the audience. Here's another photo opportunity for you. On with the smoke. And I think we're going to get another heart. Beautifully done.
Well, Ken, whilst you've been doing what you do best, I've been having a little wander around and talking to some more people out there. And can I just say hello to Francesca Reed. Francesca, congratulations to you on passing your private pilot's license. Nice one, Fran. And that comes from Phil Penn. Hi also to Natalie, Steve and Linda. They're here from London. Nice to see you guys. Victoria, hi to you as well. And to Peter and Jane, enjoying the display on their 10th wedding anniversary. Great to come and talk to you. We'll be doing more of that a little bit later on. And just another message here for Rob and Ian, if you can please go to the medical centre. That's Rob and Ian to the medical centre, if you will. Thank you.
And the Fireflies landing on. Right, the next aeroplane getting airborne has been called the Ferrari of the air, but we're going to call it the Lotus Emira of the air. Beautiful classic from Italy, designed by a man called Stelio Frati. Beautiful, beautiful machine. This is the SF260, owned and flown by a very proud Paul Freeland. He's an engineer for Cosworth, so he also knows his cars. Paul is another of our specialities here at Old Buckenham, where we get people in that are new to the display world, and we welcome him aboard. Prototype SF260 flew in 1964, and it's still in production, if you order enough of them, I think they'd say. It's mostly used for the military, available in piston or turboprop. These days, not manufactured by Spitfire MkI, but by MkI. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Freeland in the Spitfire MkI SF260. Now, if you're a Bond fan like I am, Quantum of Solace, 2008. Daniel Craig, of course. He was flying a battered DC-3 Dakota over the arid landscape of Bolivia when he was bounced by a pair of turboprop versions of these. But of course, Bond, being Bond, managed to fly both of them into the ground and a fiery death. Before he took his Douglas Dakota for a vertical stall turn, and the rest is history. And as Paul Friedland heads for a landing, in front of us, a Fiesler Storch taking off ready for its part. In our next act, and I should say now, before the enthusiasts have a go at me, it's a 70% replica designed in Serbia. It certainly ticks all the boxes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're taking you back. It's the 12th of April, 1945. The Allies are in a dash for Berlin. 72 hours after that, the Russians are fighting in the streets of Berlin. They've won the dash. To the west, the American armored divisions are held up, slowly making their way to the former capital of the Third Reich. On the 30th of April, Hitler was dead, the Führer bunker was evacuated, and on the 8th of May, Europe celebrated VE Day. We take you now to a field 40 miles to the west of Berlin. We have a Piper L4 Cub, the eyes of the artillery, down in a field. Its pilot, First Lieutenant Dwayne Francis, is being briefed on a mission to go and look at the disposition of enemy opposition. And as he's reading his briefing documents, his L4 Cub, which you will find is very appropriately named Miss Me, is getting ready for flight. Francis is part of the 71st Armoured Field Battalion, 5th Armoured Division. He was highly rated as a medical student, enlisted into the United States Army. Post-war, he became a very successful doctor. Although the war is nearly over and the skies are more or less the Allies, there's always a surprise to be had out there. And whilst our pilot is down on the deck in his L4 Cub, above him, one of the most able aircraft of the Second World War, a variety of roles, the Fiesler Fi-156 Storch. As you can see, a master at flying slow and low. It, like the L4, is a reconnaissance aeroplane. It's designed unarmed, but designed to find tanks, artillery and the like and relay that back so that a bombardment can be relayed down. Francis is livid. Here's the enemy flaunting it above his little airstrip. What can he do? He's in an unarmed aeroplane. Is it a Cub? No, it's most definitely a Storch. And it's irritating. can he do? Take off. Let's engage. Scare him off. How dare he? So Francis is away. He's livid. He's off after the Storch. Both slow-flying aeroplanes, but very difficult to shoot down if you're a fast fighter. But these two are well matched. But he's no forward-firing guns. But he checks himself out, and of course he's got a Colt 45 sidearm. Is that enough? The Cub's access door can drop down. That could give him sufficient to get a bead on this outrageous German. If he gets away, he could find where the 5th Armoured Division's artillery is and report back. That could be cataclysmic. But how can he stop this aeroplane? What can he do? He doesn't know it yet, but the very last dogfight of the European war is about to happen in two of the most unexpected aeroplanes. So he's on his tail. Storch has a big gas-guzzling Argus AS-10 engine. It's a much more highly technical aeroplane compared to the little L4, but he's determined to give it his bit. Francis gets his gun out. Can he get a bead on this aeroplane? Surely not. Get close. Let rip. Well, that's frightened him at least. He's shooting at the Storch. Will he get him? This is an almost impossible task, but he's certainly got the German pilot's attention. Flying low in a bizarre duel. The Storch pilot is looking around, wondering if he's got some sort of weapon, but he hasn't. But he has an incredibly maneuverable aeroplane at slow speed. He's not going to let him go. If that Storch gets back to base, an artillery bombardment could come down on the 5th Armoured Division within moments. Checking his Colt 45, he looks again. How to get a bead on this aeroplane. Gotta get closer. Closer. Now. He certainly rattled him. But these are just small arms. What can he do? Most of the Storch could absorb single rounds of ammunition. If he's going to do any damage, he's got to get either the pilot or that Argus engine. Storch is piling on the coals, trying to get away from him. He's certainly rattled. Francis is determined. Not on my watch. Just got to be able to hold on to his stick, Lean his right hand out of the side of the aeroplane and hope for a lucky shot. He's got him. He's got him. Oil pouring out of that engine. He's got him. First Lieutenant Dwayne Francis, has become perhaps the most bizarre man to shoot down another aeroplane. The Storch is in problems. Like the Cub, the L4, it can land anywhere. Our pilot knows. He's watching the gauges go crazy. He's got to get down as soon as possible, and it looks like the only possibility is on the strip where Dwayne Francis operates from. Storch is the ultimate, the first, if you like, STOL, short takeoff and landing aeroplane. The pilot's in a lot of trouble. That engine's conking by the moment. Bring it down for a forced landing. Dwayne Francis can't believe what he's seeing. Do you reckon promotion is in line? So he's down. And coming overhead for, well, not a victory roll, but a victory run. Wonderfully done. I can't believe his luck. Mind you, we've got a German down in Allied territory. The war may be days away from ending. But we can't let him walk away with it. Luftwaffe, our German pilot, amazed he's managed to get down. Cannot believe he's the victim of a shoot down. He's taxiing his limping aeroplane in, and he knows that the reception is not going to be cuddly. The Cub sneaking its way in. Another short landing. And our German is down. I think, folks, that we should be doing so. Oh, good. Here come the Allies. I know it's a cliche, but it's got to be done. For you, my friend, the war is over. Put your hands together, folks. Camarade, camarade. Please be nice to me. I've had a rotten day. Do you have any cigarettes? Nylons, perhaps? Lieutenant Dwayne Francis taxiing in. British pilots were not allowed to keep souvenirs. The Americans were, so I think Dwayne suddenly won Storch up on the whole thing. Now our two pilots, Ben and Sam, and they have done an incredible thing, showing us a really unique piece of history. Ben and Sam, take a bow. Brilliant. Oh, there's some animosity going on here. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant. And well done to Cliff for handling the gun to give the sound effects. It was only afterwards we discovered it was live ammunition. Now folks, we come to yet another break. It says 20 minutes on my timetable here, and we're going to start talking to you about noise, because the noise is coming in 20 minutes time.
I hope you're enjoying the show, everybody. I certainly am, and still got some more to come, of course. Typhoon we're very much looking forward to, but just reflecting on the number of people joining the chat. It's really nice to see so many of you commenting and engaging and saying nice things, and a big thank you to Chris for moderating. I don't know about you, Chris, but I haven't seen too much spam. Obviously our subscribers are a wonderful bunch, and they're keeping things very nice and PC, and some lovely comments as well. A lot of gratitude being shown for, you know, just putting the stream on, which is very kind of you to say, and yeah, very grateful. If you are enjoying it, do give it, I know you're all subscribed already over there, but do give it a like on YouTube. That does just tell YouTube that it's a worthwhile stream for people to view, and it might just give it a leg up, and yeah, give people the opportunity to view who might not have done otherwise. And I can see we're on about 400 likes at the moment. Let's try and get that up to 1,000 today, shall we? If it does hit 1,000, I'll hop down off camera and arrange a coupon code, shall I, for a bit of a discount on the on-demand service. How's that sound? Let's try and get it up to 1,000 likes on YouTube. Joining me now, Paul, come on over here. Now, I called you a Marchetti as you were diving in from crowd left there. The Marchetti, how did that go today?
It went very well. This is my first time displaying at Old Buckenham, and it's got an interesting layout. Different display areas, and I'm allowed to different heights here, and being able to fit the display I normally do in around these was a little tricky for the first time. You can imagine you can study the paperwork beforehand, but you don't actually know what it all looks like until you're there coming in for your first pass and thinking, yep, 230 line, area C not below 500 feet, fitting it in. But yes, it went well. We kept it short today to preserve the timing, but yeah, I enjoyed that.
Got it. And an interesting aircraft to see out on the display circuit. Thank you for bringing it to us. Tell us a little bit about the aircraft, its sort of role in civilian life.
Yes, well, it's a lovely aircraft to fly. I say it spoils the pilot an awful lot. I just sit there and wiggle the stick, but it goes where you point it. It's a beautiful, sleek aircraft, retractable gear, variable pitch propeller. Gives it a cruising speed of up to 180 knots if you want. I think my first pass today with a bit of a dive, I was at about 200, 210 knots coming around there. And that's what it does well. It's a very elegant machine. This one, in actual fact, is the oldest one still flying, the second one ever built, serial number 102, built in 1966. And the first run were all for the civilian market, but they are very beautiful, agile planes and very much like a little fighter to fly. And because of that, I think they soon got a lot of interest from the military, and a lot was supplied to the Italian Air Force, the Irish Air Force, the Belgian Air Force, for trainers, for fast jets, and even for light ground attack use.
Interesting. And we have the speed, we have the elegance, and those are elements you try to show during the display, obviously.
Yes, indeed. I think each act brings something unique to an air show. What the Marchetti brings is this very fast, very elegant, gentlemanly type display, and yes, keeping the turns flowing, keeping all the manoeuvres one rolling into another one as much as I can, and giving a very dynamic display. A lot of differences in height, different angles where I can fit them into the display area.
Yeah, awesome. And we saw you at Duxford. It's a flying day earlier on in the year, and it's wonderful seeing a new act on the circuit. That takes a great deal of effort, building up, getting the currency, getting the DA to the authority to display. How much work goes into that? How much time and effort?
Well, I think when I first started training towards display authorization, it probably took me, I think about 3 months with about 7 or 8 sorties, gradually practicing the manoeuvres up high, practicing what the aircraft does if you put it in some strange positions and get it slightly wrong. Once all that bit's done, bringing it down closer to the ground, I was very fortunate to have been given my mentoring at Old Warden, which offers quite a tricky display area to operate in, but there's a simple routine that can fit in quite nicely there. Practicing that an awful lot, and yes, as I say, 7 or 8 sorties I think, and got signed off and threw myself out on the circuit to see if I could get bookings.
Fabulous. Well, we're going to talk GoPros in a minute, but I'm hoping to grab a few GoPros off people. I've spotted the odd one on aircraft on the telephoto lens, and hopefully in tomorrow's broadcast we might be able to bring you some of that synchronised. Well, I'll leave you. Thank you, Paul, and I'll leave you with stay here. I'll leave you with some of the sights and sounds of Old Buckenham as we gear up for the last part of the flying display in just a little while.
I'm sorry?
Can you hear, Andrew?
So around about 7 minutes left our break, and then it's Typhoon time. Oh yes. Let's go and talk to some more people through the crowd here. I'll tell you what, Rick Littman's got the right idea. Headphones on to protect those ears. I think we should be handing those out to everybody. What's his name? And what's your name? Sarah. Where are you from, Sarah? In Norwich, nice to see you here. First time you've been, or have you been before? First time. You brought the weather with you, so thank you for that. Have you had a good day? Have you been anything particular that you've enjoyed?
The one where they went in circles with snow.
Oh, that was my favourite one as well. I'll tell you what, you've got totally the right idea, covering your ears up, because we are going to be getting very loud and down and dirty in about 5 minutes' time.
I'm wondering how far I can go before the microphone gives this radio mic that I'm on. I can't go any further, unfortunately, so I'm going to wander back this way and speak to some more people. Oh, what are you tucking into here? What you got? Your donuts? Fantastic. What's your name?
Nick, hello.
Where are you from, Nick?
Norwich.
You're from Norwich. Is it your first time? You've been here before? Fantastic. And you're into your planes, are you?
Yeah.
Anything in particular that you're here to see today?
Muslim for Sally B.
Did you see Sally B earlier on? What did you think?
It's very nice.
Beautiful, majestic. Anyone here a Typhoon fan? Oh, just a few. Just a few. Okay. Well, you've not got long to wait. I'm being told, I think it's a signal for 2 minutes. It could have been something else, but I think it might be the signal that we are 2 minutes.
2 minutes before things really start rolling on now.
Well, I thought we'd just grab Christoph, who flew the Cap 10 just a little while ago, before we see the Typhoon in just a little while. Christoph, lovely to see a Cap 10. I haven't seen a Cap 10 fly for a long while, and something that struck me during the flying display there was the power of the ailerons. You know, you can roll that aircraft at quite low speeds.
Yes, the aircraft is equipped with larger ailerons. It's a C model, so there is extended ailerons, and under the ailerons we have space, as you can see, and that's helping the roll rate. So that's why it's rolling a bit faster than a traditional Cap 10.
A very capable machine, and presumably a very pleasurable one to put through an aerobatic sequence.
Exactly, it is a very capable aircraft. People sometimes underestimate it, but you can actually do easily up to intermediate level aerobatics. Some very famous warbirds pilots in the UK say that it flies like a Mark 5 Spitfire. So that's the level of fun you can have with this aircraft.
Wonderful. Well, so good to see you out here today. Enjoying the show?
Yes, lovely show. The organization is great. The weather is fine. We got some beautiful aircraft, some wonderful people, and I hope everybody's having a good time.
Fabulous. Thank you for joining us. Sorry for keeping it short, but we're very excited for the Typhoon in just a couple of minutes.
Take care.
Problem with our airspace, they're ready to go in seconds. They call it QRA. Oh dear, there was another TLA, a 3-letter abbreviation. QRA, quick reaction alert, and they're out fast to find who knows what and defend our skies and defend further away. The pilot on this has frontline missions over Syria and Iraq against Daesh insurgents, and they're out there for us, and it is so potent, and our Royal Air Force, we back it all the way. First time here, exceptional thing, and we mean it. We're trying to get everybody used to this. It's noisy, it's fast, so I think it's a case of, if you've got children, get them used to the idea, although they're probably going to love every second of it. And maybe, like me, on the elderly side, get them prepared as well. You're going to love it, but it is loud. It is fast. Accordingly, I'm going to give you quite a bit of the commentary now.
Ellie Smedley just popped over with a very, very good point, and that is, if you brought your dogs, because this is a family event and dogs, well-behaved dogs, are always more than welcome, you might want to just put your hands over your poor little pooch's ears. And
okay, folks.
Eyes to the left,
Eyes
Ken.
to the left. He's not on my earpiece, but he's out there. This is Flight Lieutenant James Sainty. He's qualified flying instructor, another TLA with 29 Squadron at Coningsby in Lincolnshire. And there you get a hint, just a hint of what is to come. He joined the Royal Air Force in 2009, flying the new Hawk T2, then went straight to the Operational Conversion Unit on Typhoons. Flew 4 years at Lossiemouth with 6 Squadron, 3 tours defending the Falkland Islands airspace, and 2 sessions on Operation Shader, 40 live missions over Iraq and Syria. The aeroplane is a a Eurofighter Typhoon FGR4, built by the United Kingdom, Germany, Italy and Spain. Still in production, meeting export orders. The British production centre is Preston in Lancashire. It's fully fly-by-wire. There's a centre stick, computers all over it. It is unbelievable. I'll teach you something about a thing called another TLA, AOA, angle of attack. We will talk about that. This is cutting edge. This is the fighter that everybody else wants. And here he comes. Ladies and gentlemen, come on! Feel the noise! Now, I told you. He has lit the torch on a pair of Eurojet EJ200 turbofans. They give 40,000 pounds of static thrust. That's about the equivalent of 24 Spitfires. Other mathematical calculations are available. No physical linkage between any of the flying surfaces. It's all fly-by-wire, computer controlled. But without Sainty in the cockpit, it's just a lump of metal. Statistics for you. Rate of roll, phenomenal. Rate of climb, phenomenal. Gear down and barrel rolling. Now that's AOA, angle of attack. Can make the airplane fly at hideous angles that nothing else would do. Incredible controllability at slow speed. Look at that. He's coming back for a knife edge. Stand by. Outside turn. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. We'll tell him. Come on, wasn't that incredible? Now, it's all part of the Old Buckenham service. At no cost to any of you, we've just tested all of your car alarms and they're working. As Nigel Wilson gets airborne in the Staggerwing. Nigel,
consummate display pilot, but Debs, how are we going to follow that?
By sending up the airfield owner's aircraft.
There we go. Debs, I'm so pleased you've joined me back at commentary. My voice is still on afterburner. That was exceptional. He's on his way back to Coningsby. I should imagine that's only a couple of minutes away. I daren't ask what fuel consumption it does. Now, this aeroplane's based here. It's the airfield's owner, and it's called a Staggerwing. Its official designation is a Beech 17. Built at Wichita in Kansas, and it was the Cadillac of its day. If you were a well-to-do private owner, one of these was definitely what you needed. Now, why is it called a Staggerwing? When it gets back, you'll see that unlike most biplanes, all those Tiger Moths you saw today, the top wing is staggered backwards, the lower wing forwards. And this is purely to give the cockpit a brilliant view. It's not in the shade of the top wing. We've been talking about de Havilland today, and Geoffrey de Havilland, when he was working for ERCO, in 1916, devised a fighter called the DH-5, exactly with the same sort of backward stagger, so that its pilot could see better. Wasn't the most successful of fighters, but along the way there have been the occasional stagger wings, but it's the Beech 17 that is the most regarded. We saw Nigel earlier today flying the T6, and he turns his hand to most things.
He does actually. He learnt to fly, as I said, back in 1985 at Ipswich Airport when that was going. And yeah, he has turned his hand at most things. From the Yak, obviously, the Harvard we've seen here today, T67, the same as what Rod Dean was flying, and all the school aircraft, and also this lovely Staggerwing. And he's just caught up with 30 seconds to go.
And I'll throw in another factoid. Old Buckenham has 2 Staggerwings resident. That means that it's got 60% of the UK population. 66%. And here he comes from your right, Nigel Wilson in the beautiful Beech Staggerwing. .450 horsepower Pratt & Whitney Wasp Junior radial. It says here that it's got 6 fuel tanks, and that makes the aeroplane the most effective way of turning money into noise.
This one's a tiny bit different because this one's actually got 5 in it. So it's got 1 in each wing, 1 in the side, and then the big main one as well. So it's a little bit different to the normal ones. Being non-aerobatic, Nigel's going to give you a series of fly pass. He will vary them a bit, and if he follows his routine, then the next one should be nice for you camera-loving people. Hopefully he's going to give us a topside pass from right to left.
First appearing in 1934, you needed $8,700 in post-Depression America to afford one of these.
This particular aircraft here was actually built in 1942, and it was supplying to the US military, but we don't believe it's actually seen active service, this one.
$8,700 in 1934, a cool $500,000 today.
As we said, this one was built in 1942. After the war, it was sold off, and according to the logbooks, it spent a lot of time in Sudan and Angola, probably crop spraying, would you believe?
As well as its staggered wing format, you can see that unlike most biplanes, you've got a covered, proper fuselage, a covered cockpit, and very unusual for a biplane, retractable undercarriage.
Okay, Nigel's making use of the B-axis again, which again is another good camera shot as he comes head on to you again. After being in South Africa, this one came back to the UK, and a lot of money was spent on getting it flying again. Unfortunately, on its second flight, it actually got stood on its nose, which in the end turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as when they checked the engine over, there was a lot of work to be done and overhauling.
First customer for the Beech 17 was none other than Walter Beech himself, 1934, and he started an advertising campaign where he called the aeroplane the Flying Cadillac. With a very good range, it was the owner pilot's high luxury machine for traveling the long distances in the States. Production came to an end in 1946 with 785 being built.
As Ken's told this was the Cadillac of the day, and it really was a fast aeroplane to travel from A to B. But today it's still pretty fast as well. And there was another one of the UK ones that we had down at Earlscombe earlier this year, and the gentleman has actually bought it to go touring around the UK. He'd come down to us and he was going to go up to Scotland with it. Okay, so we go back to this one here then. As we said, it needed an overhaul. And it was actually shipped out to Denver in Colorado, who worked on it for 4 years, getting it to the condition that it's in today. And it was actually delivered back to Jeff in Arizona in 2012. So Jeff actually had this aircraft out in the States, and in 2019 it was containerized, sent over, and it's been at Old Buckenham ever since, along with its hangar partner, the yellow Staggerwing that you've seen on many years. Now, if you've looked closely at publicity photos of the yellow Staggerwing, you'll see that there's artwork on the side, and she's got the name of High Maintenance. Very apt for the aircraft, because they do need quite a lot of maintenance and looking after, much like the females of today. Nah, of course not. Now this one, if you're lucky enough to get close and have a look at this one, again, there's some lovely artwork on the front of this one. There's a nice Indian lady sitting there, like a red Indian lady sitting there. And it's the name Bohiker. Now, I don't know if I've said that right. Probably not. And it's actually an acronym which came out with the Vietnam War. And this acronym is bend over, here it comes again. Basically, if an adverse situation is about to repeat itself again, then reluctant acceptance is the wisest course of action. So that's the name for this aircraft. And if you think about what I told you, the story and the hard work that was needed to overhaul her, the owner thought it was quite apt that it had this name. Okay, Nigel's nearing the end of his display routine, and as is normal with this aircraft and with Nigel, he'll give you a series of flybys. So again, if you've got your cameras, there's a good chance to get a nice photograph of this lovely red flying Staggerwing. If you haven't got a camera, I'll say it again, and I'm hoping he's going to behave this time. He has got a big cockpit, so give him a wave as he comes past. So here you go, ladies and gentlemen, cameras at the ready. If you haven't got your cameras, give him a big wave, and I'm praying he waves back to you.
And now that I've got over my Typhoonism, I've remembered something. If you want a souvenir of the Typhoon, go beyond the blister hangar and you'll see those lovely people with the support unit up there, and they'll tell you all about it. And that's beyond the blister hangar, up near where the pleasure flights are. The hard-working Nigel Wilson. Coming back round. He's always doing this, isn't he? Bonus run-bys. So he's just declared this next one's going to be the last pass. Debs, do you believe that?
Yeah, because he's got to follow this schedule, otherwise he's going to have the FDD on his back.
You're right.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Nigel Wilson in the beautiful Staggerwing on his final pass.
Beautiful machine. Beautifully done.
one message to Mike Limit Edge. If you could please go to the information point, which is beside the counter. Mike Limit Edge. Thank you.
Our next act is a formation team. They are the red Sparrows, as in nice birds with feathers. The red Sparrows. There are 3 of them. And if you look to your left, here they come, ladies and gentlemen. Red Arrows, the Red Sparrows formation team. I knew I was going to do it. 2021. So, our Sparrows are Phil Hardesty, Clive Denny, who you saw in the Hurricane earlier, and Tom Turner. The Chipmunk was designed by de Havilland's Canada division, and they had the hard task of finding a replacement for the venerable Tiger Moth trainer, and they came up with the beautiful Chipmunk. The prototype first flew in 1946. Canadians built 218, then the Royal Air Force went big time for it, and it was built 735 were built in Britain for the Royal Air Force, the Army Air Corps, Royal Navy, and export. Now you may have noticed the yellow one, which Clive Denny is flying, has a big clear bubble canopy. It's Canadian built.
So they break the Vic now to go to line astern. Chipmunks ended service in Britain in 1949, and they were still in service in 1996. Although that's technically in the basic pilot training role. The Battle of Britain Memorial flight at Coningsby still keeps 2 of them for tail dragger training. This is beautiful flying. Ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready as the red Sparrows approach. Here comes the break. Lovely. Lovely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we saw a Mark 1 Spitfire earlier. The one you are about to see is MH434. It's much more than just a serial number. It's never had a full overhaul or rebuild. It is as perfect a time capsule as you could want. Built in 1943 at Castle Bromwich. Mark 9, probably the most commemorated of all the Marks. On August the 27th, 1943, it shot down a Focke-Wulf 190 and damaged a second during a mission to escort American B-17 bombers. In September, it shot down another Focke-Wulf 190, and on the 8th, a half claim on a Messerschmitt 109. It appears in its authentic colours of 222 Squadron. It flew in Guy Hamilton's production, The Battle of Britain, in 1967, and in countless other films. Like Sally B, it's an exceptional icon. So when this aeroplane arrives, we'll let it do the talking. Ladies and gentlemen, from your left, an icon of icons, Spitfire Mark 9 MH434. finale to our display today. Spitfire Mark 9, beautifully, beautifully flown. And with a waggle of the wings, he heads for home to the old Fly Machine Company's base at Duxford in Cambridgeshire. Ladies and gentlemen, a show like this is put on by a vast number of people who work very, very hard all the time. Please put your hands together for everybody who's made this sensational air show today. There's lots to see and do, there's pleasure flying, there's food everywhere, there's lots to drink, lots to see. Stagger your journey home. You have been exceptional. Be seeing you.
Absolutely, Ken. What a fantastic audience. And as you quite rightly say, still so much to see and do, including those pleasure flights, plus live music with Fiona Harper, will be performing in the Blister Hangar very, very shortly. Just outside the Blister Hangar.
Well, what a fabulous show we've had this afternoon. A little bit of sunshine with 434 as well. Thank you for tuning in. If you've enjoyed what you've seen, do give it a like, do give it a share. And if you'd like to see us do more of these live broadcasts of air shows, make sure to subscribe to the channel, of course. But membership is available on YouTube. And also do check out the on-demand service that has our back catalogue of air show broadcasts and our 60-minute, 90-minute programmes as well. One programme to really potentially check out, if you do go and have a look at that service, is the British Airshow series. That's a programme that we produce each year of a roundup of air shows throughout the air display season. There's some really good programmes to go and have a little look at, and if you're a new subscriber, perhaps subscribe last weekend for Duxford. Check out the British Airshows programmes if you haven't done already. Pretty good stuff. Now, I set you a task of reaching 1,000 likes on YouTube. Reaches for phone to check with 1,000 likes. Oh my goodness, actually, I was going to say you hadn't made it, but we're on 939 likes. We're not quite there yet, but I dare say that's going to hit 1,000 in a little while. So I'll get a coupon code ready for tomorrow. Tune back in tomorrow. I'll start the broadcast with a coupon code to give you half price your first month of on-demand service. In fact, I'll tell you what, give me 10 minutes. If you use the coupon code Old Buckenham, all lowercase, Old Buckenham, use the coupon code on the watch.plainstv.com service. That will get your first month half price, but give me 10 minutes because I've got to go set it up. So Old Buckenham, all lowercase, on watch.plainstv.com, and that will give you half price off your first month. It's just a £5 to check out that service, and yeah, hopefully a worthwhile service to check out. And a big thank you again to all those that have subscribed to that service over the last 12 months, 18 months. You guys are fueling me to come out to shows where we're not sure of turning a profit, shall we say, but knowing that we've got a bit of a backup of subscribers there makes me want to come out and give you some of this free aviation action as well. Glorious sunny afternoon here. Now's about the right time to start the flying display, if you ask me. But we've got more to come tomorrow, of course. We'll be live from 12:30. So come back tomorrow, 12:30. We'll have much more of the same. Some dramatic skies, no doubt, with judging by the forecast tomorrow as well. Well, a big thank you again to Matt for having us along to the show. Come back tomorrow for more of the same. I'll leave you with some of the best bits that Andrew selected throughout the broadcast today. Enjoy those, and remember, head to watch.plainstv.com, use the coupon code Old Buckenham in about 10 minutes when I've set it up, and that will get your first month. If you're a new subscriber, that will get you your first month for just £5. Enjoy these clips from what's been a fabulous day here at Old Buckenham.
And as she turns back onto the field from the Snetterton end,